Ladies and gentlemen, in 2012, wait, I already did this shtick, because in 2012, a game came out that we just finished covering, which we have already covered. And thus, as a direct consequence thereof, I have nothing new to add to. But in the same year, and this might have something to do with why this particular game got a little bit overshadowed. New Super Mario Bros. 2 might have gotten a little overshadowed, is because the same year, New Super Mario Bros. U came out on the Wii U. Now, it later got a bit of a re-release kind of a situation, which was cool. Also on the Wii U, called New Super Luigi U, which for the record I did buy, and it was totally worth it. But then eventually this version came out, which is of course the version we're playing. Now, before we go any further, we have to talk about something. We have to talk about the Wii U. The Wii U is interesting, because it's not a bad console. In fact, it's actually probably one of the better consoles, like, overall, with a very good controller, and a very good setup, and a really strong library. Now, the problem with the Wii U was the fact that it had a couple of issues with regards to the marketing side of things. The issue here is that, and I don't have a nice way to say this, is that people, yeah, it's also very easy to fill the show. It's actually right there, it's still hooked up. People are kind of stupid. And I know this is going to sound absolutely bizarre, but I don't actually mean that as an insult. What I mean by that is most people look at surface level things and don't bother to think about them because life is difficult and complicated, and I got stuff to do. So, most people, they looked at the, let's be honest, bad marketing of the Wii U, and they said, oh, it's another Wii, okay. And they kept pushing the freaking tablet because, of course, Nintendo would always push the gimmick, which they've always done and always will do. But that gimmick itself is, as usual, just kind of a little side gimmick. And for once, it didn't actually get in the way of enjoying the game. Quite the contrary, actually. Playing games with the Wii U was honestly pretty legit. No, absolutely, Pillar Just Now. Yeah, that was a thing that happened. Some people just thought it was an accessory because they kept pushing the tablet. So it's like, you know, why bother here, right? It's whatever. But and so the Wii U never really overcame that particular public consciousness problem. It never really broke into the public air in the same way that it did into the gaming space. Because anybody who's ever actually owned a Wii U and gotten several games on it will probably tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. It's legit. But we're gamers. We're willing to think past the surface level. We're not popular media. I say this all the time. There's a difference between popular consciousness and the people who are already fans of a given work. Right? The example I will always use for this is Star Trek. Star Trek The Next Generation is the Star Trek that everybody knows about. Star Trek Deep Space Nine is usually what most Star Trek fans consider to be the best Star Trek. So, oof. One moment, please. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways. Now, I'm not really here to defend the Wii U in the strictest sense of the word. It's really funny to me how often that talking point is always brought up about how much the Wii U sucked. And, yeah, my sister just got into a car wreck. She's okay. Everyone's okay. So that was a little bit of a live reaction there. I apologize. I don't mean to get into defending the Wii U or anything like that, but it does kind of irritate me just a little bit because usually the discussion ends with that one bullet point. The Wii U sucks. That's it. At the moment, no. So if I get rid of the text in about 5 minutes, well, that takes precedence. Priority, excuse me. But I'm not here to defend the Wii U. I'm here to talk about this game in question because I played the snot out of this game. In fact, 100% of this game. What struck me is I never got into the one on the DS. And its score, the 45, kind of explains why. That's a good score, don't mistake me. As a reminder, anything above 0 is good. But with my limited time, since by this point in my life I'd kind of started working on the show and my career was kind of moving, and I was having my own real life issues, I didn't have a tremendous amount of time to really do anything. So a game that was good wasn't really worth my time. The Wii version I played with a friend of mine. That's cool. That's like its own time allocation, co-op time. But then the Tube one came out, and I didn't even like pick that up at the time. I think I mentioned that too. I went back to that later because it was like, it's just the DS one again. So the only reason me and Gary actually picked up New Super Mario Bros. U and played it was because it had co-op, and we're always hungry for new co-op games because they're rarer than you'd think, especially good co-op. Both of us were kind of gobsmacked by how good this game was. And I know I'm saying this all before we review it, so I look forward to being proven extremely wrong. In fact, we'll go ahead and do a highlight here. I look forward to being proven extremely wrong by how great I'm saying this game is by the time this review is done. Now, we are reviewing the Switch version, which has a couple of additional quality of life features, some new playable characters, and it has the new Luigi 2 stuff baked in. But either way, we're basically playing the same game, so woo. I do want to add one last thing as a reminder. Starting now, we are taking nominations for categories for the LGA. So you can type !LGA, that's the Lore Walker Game Awards, in chat. And that'll give you a link to the thing, and you can add your own category, or your own nominations per category. And if you happen to be on Discord, the rest of the votes are also there. And by votes, I mean nominations. Excuse me, my terminology. Whatever you say in chat, does not count. You gotta edit the document, as per usual. Now, the music is telling me I have talked too long, but you're probably thinking, Lore, why aren't you giving us the big, in-depth, behind-the-scenes news? There really isn't a lot. What ended up happening was the primary core Nintendo team, Group 10, I want to say it was, were working on this game since 2009, up to 2012. Yeah, that's right. 3 years. 3-year development cycle, which was really long, but this was in the era of Nintendo where the developers were told, make this game, I don't care how long it takes. And so they did. By the way, they did that with Wonder as well. So they took their time with this one. And playtested a lot of different concepts. And my favorite part of all this, though, this is my favorite little anecdote, it's also one of the only ones I have, is they really thought that they had to go in with the gimmick. How many of you even know that New Super Mario Bros. U, not the version we're playing, has a gimmick? Because every frickin' one of these has to go all in on Nintendo's frickin' hardware gimmicks, right? We had the stylus with 64DS and New DS, and we had the waggle with regards to the Wii version. And this version had the tablet, and you could use the stylus on the tablet to create blocks in the stage as you're going. How many of you even knew that was a feature? And if you're wondering if we did any of that, the answer is no, we did not. So, you had to have the tablet gimmick, but for once it doesn't get in the way of the game. This is more stuff than I was expecting on the title screen. Okay, let's get rid of this, first of all. Goodbye. To my knowledge, they have never thought about future-proofing. This is especially true considering every single game they've ported forward, they have had to work out removing the gimmick. Aw. I'll play as Mario. Yeah, the real... Let's be clear about this. The competition here is Yoshi's Island. Okay. I didn't realize it even saved the replays for this. Yoshi scored the best, yes. Yoshi is our current highest scoring Mario game. This game and Wonder are both, I would say, in punching distance of Yoshi.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
So there's our time trials. Okay.
What?
53, huh? Sure. I do like that scrolling in the background. Uh-oh. Nope, I failed. Damn, right there, right at the end, too.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And yeah, probably, I agree with Takoida, for once. Probably the best overall application of the Yoshi chorus. Okay. No, the background is going to be pretty legit throughout this whole work, so I hope you're looking forward to that.
What? What?
I know, right, Seth? Alright, so what's this one? 30 seconds. Okay, that's not happening. We'll get to Brickwork in a minute. I'm just poking at the optional stuff first. I'm hitting the wrong button first, so that's always cool. Nope.
Oh no!
Ah, okay. That's okay. We need to restart that one. Let's restart. Yep, the PS5 is a much stronger console than the Switch. Question. Which would you rather have? A Switch or a PS5? Like, if you could just be handed one for free right now. Oh, come on! Ah! Oh, there goes my time. Ah! Come on! Get out of the way! I suppose I shouldn't say that so confidently, but, like, I know exactly where I would sit on that particular thing. Oh my god, I'm nowhere. Look at this.
Oh no! What?
Why would you... Okay, okay. No judgment. No judgment. Assume you don't already have a Switch or a PS5.
Oh no! What?
I did. Sorry, Mr. Ed. I even wrote it down. I mean, I guess, for me, there's two big things pushing the Switch over the PS5. First is the controller, which I've talked about to death and will not bore you with right now. But the second is the library, you know? Like,
Oh yeah!
what is there to play on this PS5? That you can't already play on a PS4, I should probably mention. Like, there's Spider-Man, until it gets ported to the PC. Demon's Souls Remake, until it gets ported to the PC. Jedi Survivor, I thought was already on the PC.
What? What?
FF16, until it gets ported to the PC. But, no judgment. If you think the PS5 is better than the Switch, no judgment.
Oh no! What?
I mean, PC for life, yo, but on that one. Jesus, okay.
What?
I suppose I look at it a little bit differently than most people, because, like, from my perspective, the PS5, like, just kind of has no reason to exist for me.
Oh no!
For me. I don't mean in general. Like, I have no real reason to have a PS5. That's why I haven't even tried to get one.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ. This frickin' stage. Now, the PS4, I'd still take a Switch, but let's see. What do we got on the PS4?
Oh
I'd still take the Switch over the PS4, but what are some PS4 exclusives? Help me out here. We've got God of War 5 until it gets ported.
no!
Okay, I'm gonna give up on this. Ghost of Tsushima. I thought that was already ported. Either way, Ghost of Tsushima. It's a damn good game.
What?
That's true.
Oh yeah!
That's true. Bloodborne. So that's Bloodborne, Ghost of Tsushima. Because for some reason, nobody loves Bloodborne.
What?
I haven't even heard of Gravity Rush.
Oh yeah! Mario time! Whee! What? What?
That's true. Ratchet and Clank, whatever it's called, is on the PS5. Although I thought that was actually coming out eventually on the PC, which is the only reason I allowed it to be added to the list.
What?
Oh, it's already on PC. Never mind then.
Oh no!
So hang on, so what's unique to the PS5, Lord Arma?
What?
Or do you mean the first one of the reboots?
Oh no!
FF16 we know is getting ported. Like, there's no way it's not. No, Rift Apart's on PC. Isn't it? Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the whole reason we allowed it to be added to the list. It's because it's on PC.
Oh no! Yay! What? What?
Yeah, ironically, we have pretty definitive evidence that the FX16 has been selling worse because it's PS5 locked. I don't think they intended that. I think they intended FF16 to boost PS5 sales, but unfortunately PS5 sales are kind of in this really, really weird zone of, like, weird.
Oh no! What?
Yeah, I even said during the stream I was watching a video of it, Compaloso, because the person who recorded that footage was in the stream with me at the time.
What? What? What?
Man, I can make that. Hang on, let me do one more try. Let me do one more try. Nope.
Oh no! What?
I do believe the Essex is still doing well. The Essex is kind of in its own place, though, because Microsoft doesn't lean on exclusives. In fact, they go the exact opposite route with it. They try to not have exclusives. They just have, hey, you can't afford a PC? No problem, here you go. And that's their shtick. And that works out pretty well for them. I've said this before. The Steam Deck's competition is not the Switch. It's the Xbox.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Woohoo!
I mean, it makes sense, right? The PS1 was okay. It had issues, it had problems. It didn't really take that much of a bite out of the market, really. The PS2 is still the best-selling console ever. The PS3 was a goddamned mess, and the PS4 was awesome. So it makes perfect sense that we're due for the PS5 to kind of dip again, right? Let's see if I can at least finish this one. I got 40 seconds to play with. Let's not go for gold. Let's go for bronze. Jesus. Nope.
Oh,
Damn it.
no.
So I don't have any sales figures of, at the time, Pillars of Snow, but not where I lived. Maybe in other markets, I don't know. I'm curious now. Where's the PS1? Apparently the PS1 did outsell the N64 overall. Go figure. Well, never mind then. The PS1 is the perfect console in every way. Except where I was living at the time for some reason.
Oh no!
That's weird. I always think of the PS1 as the weird one. But it's not like the pattern always has to persist, right? I mean, the Switch 2 is probably not going to be garbage.
Oh, no.
Right? Right, guys? The Switch 2 is not going to be garbage. Because that would be the pattern for them.
Oh no!
Actually, funnily enough, the Switch is already kind of breaking the pattern. Because they went from one good console to another. The Wii U to the Switch. Didn't sell well, but that's a different metric. What's with Bowser in the background there? Jesus, dude.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Probably Wenlock. Probably.
Whee!
I mean, honestly, I wasn't a big fan of the PS1 or the N64, so what the hell do I know? Oh, come on! Wow. Like, I talked about this during the Yoshi's Island run. I was spoiled because I played the SNES. And late SNES stuff was really, really good. Even just purely visually. But also in terms of quality of gameplay. Because it was a lot of very talented people at the height of their careers, right? So the N64 and the PS1 were both huge steps back for me. It's like, oh, okay. Okay, I think I've spent enough time here. So we got challenge modes. Cool. Plus the gameplay. Moving on. So that was Boost Rush. Hey, look, we can play as Bowsette.
Yes! It's a play!
Why are there me's in the background? Which one, Subcom? Or do you mean just the idea? In which case, never mind. Okay. What's making it speed up? Is it the coins? It is the coins. Oh, jeez. Yeah, we're dead. We'll say one thing. This is in no way a dig at the PS5 or the Essex, by the way. But I will say that some developers, let's call them lazy developers, seem to prefer those consoles because they don't have to do any optimization or, real work in order to make their games work on them. They can just copy-paste them on and be like, plonk!
Oh yeah, Mario time!
It's on the list, Cinematic, but who knows if it'll ever get funded. Okay. Yeah, no, exactly, Walker. Like, you could just take a PC, a game you have developed for a PC, a high-end PC, and just dump it on the PS5, because the PS5 can handle that. What's up, Ross? Is it that Breath of Fire 2 got funded? Because I know. Have you seen the upcoming page, by the way? Since nobody else has noticed. I do not believe you, sir. I've heard these lies before. Imagine who would, Savicum. Like, who would ever conspire in such a manner? Like, even the most evil, heinous of persons.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Also true. PC gaming has always been a little bit on the edge, so to speak. Okay.
Yay!
Okay, so it's time trials and you get coins to boost yourself.
Mario number 1!
That's kind of neat. I actually like that. But, listen, Ross. Good afternoon, Blue Dragon ET. We're doing all the optional side stuff now because that... I mean, duh, I suppose. Yes, Invisible Ink. Another game I don't know the genre of. Don't tell me. I don't care. We'll get there when we get there. So, let's talk about the hints screen here. This is just the friggin' manual at this point. Although, it's a manual in the game. So I completely approve of that. Very unironically. Oh wow, that's a lot. That's like every frickin' stage. And how to get stars, and oh, wow. Holy crap! This is a lot. Are you seeing all this crap? Yeah, this is just game footage in ways that are relevant to the game. Yeah, it's a strategy guide. That's a great way. Thank you, Julito. This is a strategy guide in the freaking game. Oh yeah, by the way, yes, this will be the first time I've played this game solo. So that should be fun. It's like the third time I've said that this week.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Wow. Okay. That's... okay. Huh. Pluses. Honestly, that's wild. Pluses. Okay, so that's all very cool. So, yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. Hey, CTC Gamer. What's up?
Oh yeah.
We're just poking at New You here. To New You Deluxe, I suppose. Finally got stylized airships. What?
Come on.
Nabbit's like, hang on. I want to join in on that. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Depressing, cool. So, you're probably wondering, what's different with Luigi mode? Like, how is it any different from vanilla? Well, give me about 5 seconds. God, you're so patient! Jesus! Thank you very, very much, Command & Conquer 2. Lemmy? Outer Worlds 2, Pentiment, FF16. So during the year of Luigi, they came out with this mode, and many people, myself included, were very hesitant. Like, so you play as Luigi, what's the difference? Well, would you believe the stages are the difference? You'll notice right off the bat, we have limited time. That's that's the main gimmick of Luigi mode. Every stage is much shorter and much harder. And you have limited time on every single stage of the game. Now, I don't think we're actually going to play every single stage because of the same reason that we didn't do... I don't know, name any example ever of something where we didn't do all the optional content. There's a little bit of PFR going on here. Since, while these are new stages, they're mostly remixed stages. So, yeah, they are different stages, kind of. And if you compare them side by side, you'll see what I mean. But I'm not going to play the whole game like 1.5 times just to show this off. I just want to show off a little bit of new U mode, or Luigi mode, or whatever you want to call that mode. That's actually what it's called now, the whatever the hell mode.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, and as usual, Luigi handles differently, because of course he does. Yeah, they didn't really do much with the Year of Luigi. Was I the only one kind of discouraged by that? Like, I was expecting, like, some new actual Luigi stuff. Like, this mode is neat, but it's a mini mode. They got away with it because they sold it, you know, priced as an expansion, which it was. Perfect. Nobody likes Wario. Now, Daisy.
Here we go.
It was apparently included in Wonder specifically in order to ensure that one of the lead director's daughters wouldn't have to fight over who plays as Peach. Was there a Luigi's Mansion that year? I legitimately don't remember. God, he is so squiggity! Look at how squiggity he is. He is the definition of squiggity. I mean, I know that's always been true, but... I think the shortness of the levels is what really sells it, as weird as that may sound. The fact that these are bite-sized.
Made it.
I've always loved that Luigi's biggest shtick is that he's squiggity and that he can jump high. Except in his own game series where he cannot jump at all.
Whoa.
I'm a Luigi, #1.
Luigi!
Here we go.
Oh yeah, some of the songs are back, by the way. Because of course they are. I think he says it in several of the Mario Karts, but don't quote me on that.
Oh.
Probably Yura. Which is funny, because they had unlimited time and budget. And are the best-selling Mario games.
Here we go.
By quite a margin. by, like, a ridiculous factor. It's kind of silly. I mean, Yoshi arguably has better mobility because while Luigi has vertical height, which can lead to horizontal height, Yoshi automatically has horizontal height. Yoshi also has more control, which is always nice. See, I'm not as familiar with the party games, so I can't speak to the party series. I've only really played 2 of the parties. The original and the recent one. Which recent one? I don't remember. One of the ones on the Switch. Whichever one that is. Yes, I know there's 2. You know, that would be an interesting mode. More squiggity. Probably Zactaf. Hey, Boom Boom. What's up? God, he is so hard to control.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Which one was Party 3? Like, which system, I guess is what I'm asking. N64? N64? We're done. Just curious of something here.
Oh-ho.
Hey, cheating lying Abe. What's up? It's always with the purple ooze. What is this purple ooze, and why is it so caustic? I stream 9 hours a day, 7 days a week. From about 9 a.m. to about 2 p.m., and then from about 3 p.m. to about 7 p.m. every day. You can't hold any more items. Yeah, go ahead and discard that.
Yeah. Ha.
Oh yeah, by the way, Yoshi drums in the overworld. Similar to Yoshi's Island. Is this 100% save? It's really simple, CTC Gamer. I stream 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. Well, 5 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon. I think this is my 100% save. Wow. Well, either way, this is actually a good time as any to look at the overworld map, which is honestly kind of awesome. There's a surprisingly large amount of detail. Like, you know, we start off in Grassland, which is funny because we also finish in Grassland. Desertland can be next, but as you can see, you can also go over here. And just kind of, there's a lot of routes. There's actually multiple routes through this one. which is probably one of the better designed overworld maps of the entire series. The entire franchise, I should say. But anyways, here's Desert Land. We've got ruins, we've got cakes. Have you noticed the food motif, by the way? Like the cake-looking sand and all that fun stuff? That's all over the place. The Waterland is honestly one of the better-looking ones, in my opinion. Although, I am also rather fond of the snowy area up here, complete with Aurora Borealis. That nice little ice thing in the background, which actually is a shortcut to over here. Fun fact. Look at that. We'll kind of show off more of this as we go, but I just wanted to give you, like, a nice overview. Oh, I hate that stage so much. I'm so glad I don't have to 100%. 100%ing this game is mean. This is a very hard. I would say this is actually the hardest of the Mario games, other than Yoshi's Island, so I would put it in the number 2 slot. Mountain area looks boring. I'm joking. Check it out. They actually bother to have different colors and different textures for the different blocks, so it doesn't just look like one boring mountainous terrain. Credit to the developers. They do the same thing with the clouds, if you'll notice, up here in the sky area. And over here. Kind of vary things up a little bit. And then, of course, the final stage is Peach's Castle. A nice little inversion of things. We're actually fighting to get back to Peach's Castle. Overall, this is really nice, for lack of a better way to put it. So this is easy triple positive on the brickwork axis. I'm also going to jot down a other positive, which I've already forgotten about. Oh, right, doodads. A rare doodads positive. For a Mario game. Okay. Let's start the actual game, shall we? Oh yeah, and we need to get pluses for the Luigi mode. Right. As is probably obvious by the fact that I've 100%ed, well, almost 100%ed the Luigi mode, it's pretty legit. So, cool. But, let's get on with it. So, let's talk about some of the player characters for a second. So, Mario is the usual, Luigi can jump high, Toad is pretty much normal, but then you got Toadette.
Here I go! Woohoo!
Unfortunately, I don't think we can skip this, sorry. Also, I knew you wouldn't like the visuals of this game, Yura, but do you know why I knew that? Because I do. So you're probably wondering, hang on, what makes Toadette so strong? Well, Toadette is a form of an easy mode. In fact, yes, really, for the first time ever, we're going to be giving a Mario game difficulty options positives. So here's how Toadette works. First of all, obviously she has Peachette mode. Peachette is, it's not my fault, Yura! Peachette, can float, can double jump, and cannot die to bottomless pits. She also has better control underwater, like she was a penguin or a frog from Mario 3. Anything that would give her a 1-up instead gives her a 3-up, and she starts with an additional 100 seconds on the timer. Straight up easy mode. Now, hang on, because there's actually an easier mode. I gotta look up specifics here, though. Sorry. Here we go. So... okay, so he has the same swimming thing that Peachette does. He can actually bounce on Yoshi's, unlike in the previous version. Okay, I'm sorry. This took me a moment to read. It looks like Nabbit has almost all the benefits of Toadette. Obviously, he can't turn into Peach. But he's completely immune to enemies. He just doesn't have collision with them. So, just removing the enemies from the equation entirely. How do I... Here we go. Allow me to demonstrate. Oh yeah, he's immune to ice, by the way. Just kind of deliberately running through enemies here to really make this point. Hey, Dream Whisperer. You can still interact with things, of course. And you can still die to bottomless pits. Also, I'm pretty sure... Let me double check something. Yeah, so he also cannot get power-ups. So this is the only mode you ever really get with Nabbit. So, variant styles of play as a form of difficulty. Sold. And like 3D World, which came out on the same system, actually, they track whether or not you actually get to the top of the flagpole or not. Yep, and Luigi's hard mode. It also even says it easiest, easier, and then the normals. Although Luigi probably should be labeled as actually hard, but let's not go into that. I mean, that wouldn't even surprise me, Federation Builder. I don't know what you're talking about, Federation Builder. Why would you say such treacherous, nay, lecherous things? Like, I've already 100% of this game. I feel no desire or need to go ahead and do it again. In fact, I've actually 100% of this game twice. Or 3 times, I suppose, actually. Although I do need to go back to 1-1. So you'll notice, if you're paying attention, this is 1-2. And there's no avoiding 1-2, unlike a lot of later stages. There's a lot of malleability to the overworld. But this is not it. You have to do 1-2. Notice the platforming here is not easy. It's not the hardest thing in the world. It's certainly nothing compared to some of the challenge mode stuff we were already looking at. But, at the same time, it's just kind of indicative of the approach they're going to be using with level design in this particular game. This is for people who have already played Mario games. Again. Which, if you're paying attention, has been most of the new series so far. look at the density of the enemies, and the platforming and the jumps and blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
You probably didn't even notice the camera's doing something they actually invented for a previous game, where the camera will kind of dynamically adjust based on the needs of the scene, zooming in or out or panning in order to make the game, you know, easier. And by easier, I mean better. So hang on, let's actually go back and analyze 1-1 here really quick. Also, every stage has an actual name, which is a callback to Yoshi's Island. So we start off right next to the tree that got us all that crap. So that's cool. We've got a squirrel? Flying squirrel? I don't know. And the power-up, which of course immediately inclines us towards the first power-up. This is basically the same as World 2-1 in Mario World, aka, you know, the cape. Now I gotta remember how to fly the cape. There we go. So, this is kind of the cape on steroids. I don't remember how actually to use it, of course. But trust me when I say that people who are much better at this game can absolutely destroy this game by virtue of the cape. And by the cape, I mean the... whatever this is called. There's also a lot of optional things and terrain movements. I don't know, this isn't really what I would normally refer to as a good tutorial stage. But it is a decent intro. Oh, and I love the background that we've got going on. Like this big, giant, stylized mountain thing in the distance. You can even see Peach's castle way off in the distance there. Oh yeah, and the enemies use the same kind of movement pattern that you can use when you have the power-up, because they want you to understand how the power-up works. Notice that in almost every line there's a triple thing. There's usually a down, a middle, and an up. So we have different routes for how to progress through a lot of stages. This is all just in 1-1, too. Once again, tutorial. I mean, the models are the Wii versions, just upscaled. And that's not being hyperbolic, that's literal.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
Okay. So, we have the overworld item selection from 3. Listen, I want to feel pretty, so we're going with that. I mean, I actually already did show you Luigi, but sure.
What? Oh, what?
Sure, we'll do the boss battle as Luigi. Again! Just for you. Yeah, we'll do that.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ, Ross. No, that's awful. 4 hours? Jeez, just... I'm a Luigi. I'm gonna win. You can see what I mean when I say the stages were remixed for new Luigi. You can actually see the vibes and tone of the stage we already showed in Luigi mode. I should write that down too while we're here. God, I got so many things to write down immediately. What do you mean, Pika? Like, do you have an example of that? Oh, hey, look. The command works immediately without issue because I don't have to waggle to do it. And no, I'm not letting that go. That's the worst part about the Wii game by such a huge margin. Like Deltarune? We're not playing Deltarune until it's out. That's why it's down there in the not, waiting until it's done category. They actually can still waggle, by the way. See? So, there you go. Best of both worlds. If you actually like the waggle, you can do that. And if you don't have to. Thank you, Nintendo, for understanding that. Oh, damn it. Yeah, who would watch a stream for 4 hours? Right, I should have clipped. Don't clip the death. Clip the thing before the death.
Bye-bye. Here we go.
But yeah, if a game is in early access, or if it isn't fully out yet, or if it's episodic, like a Telltale game, although episodic games are very much in the minority nowadays, then it's not out. I don't stream incomplete games. That's it. And again, this is stage, like, 4, I think, at this point. In most Mario games, this would be a World 3 stage. Just really getting across, this is what you're in for. Captain of Industry. I'm assuming, based on context, that that's a video game. I've noticed that, Ross. I don't know, though. That's one way to go to bed at night. Well, that's already been a lie, Federation Builder. Because I've already replayed it. I did a theater of it, after all. Well, you see, Lord Harrimont. Have Lord Harrimont assassinated immediately so that Balin can rule supreme. Thank you. Alright, so. But no, I've never heard of Captain of Industry story. Oh, I do like factory builder type games, so. If a game has been stuck in development hell, caveat emptor.
What?
Like, I don't know what else to add to that. You guys have already funded a stream of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. But VTM Beast 2 hasn't actually come out yet, and honestly may never come out. It recently switched developers again, and therefore might actually finally come out.
Yay! Here I go!
But... well, don't worry, Federation Builder, because actually I played it on a different save. By which I mean a different hardware. Yeah, this is Peachette mode. Oh yeah, Yoshi's in this game too. That's actually an interesting idea. And I bet much better use of this than porn. You know, I've heard several people do a lot of different takes of Chain of Command over the years. My opinion hasn't really changed much over the decades. Congrats, Gigapudding. I demand pictures. Wait, you don't have it yet? I demand that you get it, and then that you send pictures. Oh, actually, I like that, Jaludo. I mean, Keeler was played by Susie Plaxton, and she's awesome, like, in everything. Hell, she was awesome even later than that in TNG, because she came back several times. The actress, not the character, obviously. She was also a great counterpoint to Worf himself. And generally, I think she was an awesome addition to the show, that they made a very brave and correct decision regarding their two. Well, I don't even see a release window on it, Pika, so you tell me.
Yay! I did it!
I totally Peach and not Toadette. I actually do like the idea of her being a usurper kind of event. I mean that totally unironically. Like that kind of sounds like a cool idea. I'm a baby Yoshi. I guess you'll know. You look like you know where to find food, so I guess I'll follow you. Oh yeah, and let's go ahead and... We'll be here a couple days, Ross. Although, since we're not playing the game 1.5 times, we won't be here super long. Cancelled is the wrong word, Pika. Discontinued, for the moment, might be a better way to phrase that. So this is what the baby Yoshis do. Did you notice that the baby Yoshis are adding another layer of Yoshi drums to the music? Because they're singing? Watch them. Notice they count for collision, good and bad. Yeah. If you ever wonder why this game has multiple easy modes and lots of kit, like, are you paying attention to the stage we're doing right now?
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
Fun fact, he sticks with you, too. You can lose him, of course.
Let's go.
So stage 1 doesn't do that, or world 1, excuse me, doesn't do that much with regards to overall design. But even here you can kind of get the idea. Also, as you can see, big enough stuff cannot be eaten by the baby Yoshi. Also, if you notice, similar to Mario World, most of the enemies, I'm sorry. Let me use my terminology correctly here. Unlike Mario World, Jesus, wake up, Laura. I didn't get an app today. What do you want from me? I'm an old man. Unlike Mario World, most of the enemies are Bowser's minions. The implication being that Bowser's already kind of taken over this place before coming to take Peach's, castle. So we're actually going through already occupied territory here. Which is why each of the Koopa kids goes back to their fortresses rather than he occupies a new one.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I mean, you could go that route with it, Federation Builder. But then someone accidentally does damage to Toadette, and she stops being Peachette and goes back to being Toadette, and everyone's like, well, hang on a second. I didn't sign up for this.
Let's go.
It's just like my dreams. Oh, no! Definitely didn't do that on purpose. So yeah, we have a Hulk. I mean a Yoshi. Which honestly should probably be said with the same intonation as that quote in universe, if you think about it. Alright. Yes, I know, thank you.
Oh.
Alright, Lemmy, what you got? Oh, I didn't even demonstrate that. You can also cling to walls as Acorn mode and just cling there. I kinda don't like that because it throws my groove off a little bit, but... Correct, Caspian. You can't just have Yoshi eat Lemmy. You monster. I was trying to go down faster. I succeeded. Could have made that work if I didn't mess up the first arc. I should probably just give up on these. 8? Oh my god, Mr. Red. You're fired. Get out of here. Yeah, you can actually visibly see the baby Yoshi just stays outside like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna stop going with this. I'm already 100% of this game. More than once. I'm terribly sorry. I can even hear the voice, Federation Builder. I'll hydrate in a minute. God, Mom! Now I'll hydrate because you got me killed. Pissing on the wheels of progress, Mr. Red. No, Giga Pudding. But you can put them in Discord. And from Discord, they shall be viewable. Jesus, Lemmy. You think they take after... Well, I'd say their dad, but by this point, canonically, Bowser's no longer their father. I can't see it. It's all, like, colorized, Giga. No, Federation Builder. I have never known the fact. One of the most commonly known facts about every Mario game ever. No. They have made it very official that Bowser is not their father. Adoptive or otherwise. Oh no! What's really funny is they are apparently related to each other.
No!
Sorry, Lemmy.
Mario #1! Woohoo!
Yeah, no, again, Giga, there's no color. You got rid of the color.
Yay!
That was World 1. Oh yeah, I need to write that down. Welcome to the Layer Cake Desert. Apparently he is just their ruler, CTC Gamer. Yes, Federation Builder. We will definitely include in the Mario 4X an introduction of a YouTuber whose biggest claim to fame is the fact that he's in the FNAF movie. I'm sorry, that's unkind. I don't actually have any hard will towards MatPat, but no, of course not! You're fired, Federation Builder! Out of a cannon, into the sun. Bring stuff down. Will Waluigi? So we were thinking that Waluigi, I'm trying to remember. We came up with it. So like Wario would be a mercenary, or no, he's like a company. Waluigi, however, would be a mercenary. He's someone you can hire, and he does his own things. And you might think, so he's a fighter. No, Waluigi's really good at his own, like at tourism or at increasing happiness, stuff like that. Like he runs the Olympics. He manages the sports program, stuff like that. Okay. Sorry, I should probably update the HUD. Which is going to involve moving some things around here. I don't understand the question, Loke. Alright.
Mexico!
I mean, absolutely, Federation Builder. There'll be events, probably just like the text adventure kind of a thing like you see in Crusader Kings 3, but still. Yeah, like, there's plenty of ways to hire a leader unit type without having them be involved in combat. I mean, just look at Scientists in Stellaris, for example. Sure, Loke, but it's the same gameplay mechanic. So, he's a merc. I'm so confused. But that's okay. I am a moron, as we've many times discussed. Actually, Systems of StarCraft is a pretty good term. And in fact, better than anything we came up with during the StarCraft run recently. So we were talking about a StarCraft MMO there.
Oh yeah!
Well, not only that, but there could probably be a vote to disbar someone from the Olympics, or re-add them to the Olympics, or add them to the Olympics. Thus, hi Trihexia. Thus, there would be a way for other organizations to exert political pressure, because there's obviously a... Nabbit, do you mind? God damn it, Nabbit. Believe it or not, this is actually the tutorial for the fast travel message. Let's go find Nabbit. God, I completely lost track of my sentence. So, Olympics and sports and all that fun stuff would obviously be beneficial. Increase tourism, increase happiness, increase revenue.
Mexico!
And some detriments as well, obviously. So, you would want to be participating, and so if you were censured, that would be an issue. So these are the Nabbit stages. You also notice our timer is different. Remember, he just completely ignores enemies. And some of the stage is a little different. Absolutely, Federation Builder, just like in real life. And there would be costs associated with that, and benefits, and you get it. It's pretty normal stuff. I do like the stress mechanisms from Crusader Kings 3. So much so that I think we could just take that and run with that, because that would be awesome. Gary and I hated Nabbit when we were playing this game. Just absolutely hated him. You do, however, get P-Wings for doing it. I mean, obviously not Blades of All, because the worst character in all of Mario is still better than real-life people. So...
Mexico!
Yeah, exactly, playable. I mean, in most of the games where he's given any kind of character, Waluigi's just kind of a... I mean, I don't even want to call him a villain. He's just like a guy who just wants to enjoy doing his thing, you know? Even Wario is usually seen as at least moderately antagonistic. Waluigi's just there, like, what's up? Any problems with that? No, I didn't think so. That's right. You know that specific type of low self-esteem, or rather high self-esteem that means low self-esteem? Well, Kart and Party, I probably wouldn't implement Party, being completely honest. I don't think that has any place here. But Kart's easy. All we have to do is add, like a building type, which is your particular... Come on! Okay, fine. We'll just do this. Which is your track, right? And so you can build a track. There'd probably be some limits on how many tracks you can build and how expensive they are. They bring in tourism. A lot of tourism. Gotta have tourism. Very important. They also add new event chains, which can happen. New quests. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Baby Yoshi is just superior to in every way. Sorry, Yoshi. No offense, but... Yo, no! Oh, thank God. Come with me, Yoshi. No, the other one. Give me plenty of food. Alright, let's look at this picture from Giga Pudding. Oh my god! Giga Pudding!
Mario time.
Let's see. Well, that looks extremely awesome. For real, that looks really, really cool. I hate you. Naturally, you won't be wearing that during the run at all. He ate his own baby! Okay, that's whatever.
Let's go.
I mean, I don't share my birthday publicly, Giga. But we might actually be playing Patchwalker when my birthday is happening, so who knows? So now we have a baby Yoshi who glows, so now we can see what we're doing. Notice this is not the first time they've gotten clever with lighting mechanics. You little snot. No! Okay. That's a thing that happened. Got it. Always invite Giga Pudding to every dungeon. How many classes do you have at whatever the current level cap is?
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Sure, my birthday is November 21st. I am currently playing this on a Switch, Savacom. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. Looks like that, and that's the exact version of the game right there. Highly recommend it. It's a damn good game. I don't know if it's going to pass Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island was bonkers. But it's a good one.
It's a good time.
And yeah, Wonder is looming. We are playing Wonder next. And that'll be completely blind for me. I have successfully managed to avoid pretty much all spoilers for Wonder. This is going to be a true no-man situation. Hey, remember this gimmick, which would have driven me absolutely bonkers back in the Wii version? It's almost like making it have it be a button is a good idea, Nintendo! No, I'm not letting that go! Oh my god! Pretend you didn't see that. Hey, look, I can just pick people up, too. This is so weird. Being able to play a game that actually works properly. Oh, wait, no it isn't, because I've already played Galaxy 1 on the Switch! God damn you! God damn you, Nintendo! That was Nintendo right there! No mercy! No mercy! Alright, we're done, we're done, we're done. I don't think I want an Imperial pension. Honestly, Zach Taff, that probably means being taken back out and shot. But I appreciate you. Thank you, Zach Taff. Yeah, how many games are we locked at this point? So we got Galaxy 2. We've got new Wii. We were just playing that. We got the Punch-Out. DKCR was ported to the 3DS, but I'd kind of like to see that on a non-portable system if that's available. Because it's a damn good game. Oh yeah, Radiant Dawn, which is vetoed for streaming because good luck getting a copy of that. I always knew you were pure evil, Gigapudding. But it's nice to have it confirmed, you know? Yeah, how many Wii U games haven't been ported over yet? For the same reason they've been obsessed with it since about 1995, Triaxia. No, that's wrong. 1993, actually. It was the first time I really started seeing developers and publishers and marketing really focusing on the realism of their graphics. How many of you remember the Nintendo the Atari Jaguar adverts? Any of you ever see those? In fact, there's several like that. So the Jaguar was such a colossal failure, it's kind of funny. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I wanted to talk about a colossal failure, talk about myself. No, what I wanted to talk about is how the Jaguar would not shut up about how they were a 64-bit system. Which is funny, because they weren't. Kamek. Yeah, I did, Caspian. Oh, Jesus. He's immune to frost. What do we do? But yeah, no, like, since the days of, I want to say it's the Master System, or it might have been the Genesis. Advertisers have been like, we've got better graphics than Nintendo, and that was like their big shtick. Was a lot of consoles would try to take a bite out of the Nintendo market by saying, we have better graphics. And that persisted up to and including the PS1 and the PS2 and the PS3. And now, right now, because the PS5's biggest thing is that it's got better graphics. What are you doing, Kamek? Kamek? Okay. So yeah, people have always been trying to push the graphics agenda, for lack of a better way to phrase that. It's pretty common. And functionally always has been.
Let's go.
Nope. This one. Hell yeah! I mean, I value graphics as much as the next person. And I do. Legitimately. It's just, I value the style of graphics over the fidelity of graphics. I unironically think this game looks better than several realistic games. I can say the same for a lot of games, actually. One second. Come on, Finger. Work with me. Work with me. This game look no. RDR2 looks amazing. RDR2 is, and I mean this with sincerity, probably the best looking game I've ever played. At least in terms of fidelity. That game is bonkers good. Wait, what? No, Ross. I actually forget where the term comes from. But the term bottle show predates Star Trek TNG entire. RDR2... RDR2 doesn't really have a style, but it has what I would call good direction. It's not just it looks like real life. A lot of work and effort is put into making it look good in every scene. It boils down to lighting, camera usage, angles, blocking, etc., right? To compare and contrast, to be really blunt, Last of Us 2. Which,
Oh, no.
doesn't. That's the word I would use there. Last of Us 1 unironically looks better than Last of Us 2 because of better direction, in my opinion. Pretty much, Mr. Red. She'd make it work, Zekta. I mean, nobody on the Guardians of the Galaxy is a team player. Witcher 3? Witcher 3 is an interesting case. Because Witcher 3 is, let's be honest with ourselves, just polished Dragon Age. But, despite the fact that I just used the word just, it's really well polished. Like, they use the typical BioWare approach to cutscenes and animations and loops and all kinds of stuff. They just do it really well. I keep saying just. I don't mean just as a negative thing. It's harder to do that than it sounds. Greed, Trihexia. Or stupidity. Take a pick. Ghost of Tsushima looks legit, absolutely. But Ghost of Tsushima is very well directed. And I don't even just mean the thing everybody talks about, which is the wind. Which I honestly wasn't super impressed with. No, like just the way they styled and designed and added color palette. Like just, oh my god. Wonderful stuff in that game. Great looking game. Great game in general, but great looking. For the purposes of this discussion. Oh my god, we both like the visuals of a game, Yura? I don't know, we need to disagree. Let's see. I think Link to the Past looks good today. And I do.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I believe Tsushima was before the Oblivion line, I'm almost positive. Oh my god! You're agreed. Okay, okay. That's it. That's it.
Let's go.
Time to pull out the big guns here. I think the best looking Mario game I've ever covered is Yoshi's Island. I'm not counting Odyssey in that, by the way. It's obvious. I know I'm not really vocalizing it, and I apologize. I think I'm a little more tired than I thought I was. I swear my brain is actually working here. Because these levels are great. I've been jotting down level positives as we go, because this is just a treat. Like, they're just really starting to play with stuff, you know? I say starting to. As if Nintendo has ever not played with stuff in terms of their level design. Even back in Mario 1 when they were inventing level design, they were still playing with stuff. You know what? I actually agree with you on that, Yura.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
So do I think Ocarina is well directed? Abso-frickin-lutely. I could point to two specific examples. The boss of Dodongo's Cavern and the final boss of the game. Both of those are wonderful usage of lighting and camera angles to really emphasize what's going on. I unironically think Ocarina looks really good, although I will admit I am thinking of the 3DS version in that case. I do prefer the 3DS version by quite a bit. Yeah, Ganon's the big exception. Everyone says that, and I agree. I agree. I think Ganon looks better than the original. And I do. But, I do still think the 3DS version. Almost! Almost! No, not quite. I failed. So, you okay?
Yeah.
Had a few people who were
The
expressing
right-hand
concern.
side of me is sore.
Okay. Hang on, let me pause this. This is my wonderful sister, for those of you who have not met her.
I'm not on screen, I don't think.
I can't tell at the moment. She is not. She's over there. There she is. That's my wonderful sister's hand. And this is my wonderful sister.
With her very fluffy hair.
With her very... Yeah, your hair is doing wild things lately. I love it. It looks great. I'm actually rather jealous.
Yep.
Uh,
Not much, Zach. Just got, rear-ended.
yeah, I already told them. Sorry.
Gonna need a new Subaru, probably.
I didn't mean to, but I saw a text and I reacted to it rather audibly. Because the first text was just the picture, if you remember. So I'm just like, I was like, what? I was like, no.
Actually, not that bad of a pick.
I don't know. Yeah, where's the first? I guess it's
Oh.
not, but yeah, that was the first pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad. The second pick would have made me confused because I'm like, that's not your car. Oh, that's a good question, Pillars of Snow. We could discuss that because that's a bit of visual presentation, all that. One moment, please. I think I'm kind of with Pillars of Snow. I think that Ganon looks better in the 3DS version, but I think he is directed worse, which ties back into what we were just talking about, which is also what Federation Builder just said. The vehicle might need to be replaced, by the way, but we'll see. Paperwork. Because insurance companies are, let's be honest with ourselves, scam artists. There's a process here that has to be gone through.
Oh no!
It was so she was hit, which hit her into someone else. The person behind her took it worst. The person behind her just slammed into her on the highway, way too hard. Their front end is kind of totaled. They had a airbag deployment. If you're familiar with what that means, like mechanically. But she's fine. People in the car were fine. People don't know how to drive. What else is new? People around here are probably the second worst drivers I've ever, in any place I've ever lived at. Only surpassed by one place. Can you guess where? That's true, Trihexia. They will try their damnedest, though. Trust me, from experience. They will go through so many hoops to try and convince my sister that they do not actually have to honor that claim. No, Vegas. Vegas drivers are terrible. Just the absolute worst. And probably made worse by the... Oh my goodness. I wasn't ready for that. Probably made worse by the extensive amount of the taxi industry that goes along there. Not that I'm saying anything bad about taxi drivers, but that probably contributes to a lot of the issues with the traffic in that city.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice, Blitwell.
Time.
These stages keep knocking out of the park. This is ridiculous. I was almost worried in World 1, because World 1 was mostly vanilla stages. Like, I only gave 2 positives to World 1. Anyways, we're done with World 2 already. Smashing these, aren't we? Well, we're about to be done with World 2. I shouldn't say that yet. Is the guessing sheet updated? I was kind of in a hurry during this particular lunch break. Exactly, Federation Builder. No, that's exactly right. So I have, not that I want to give away too much, but I have driven around in Texas quite a bit, and that has never been a pleasant experience. Honestly, if Vegas weren't so just atrociously bad, I would probably put that as the bottom of the list for me. Yeah, Texas drivers. I'm not clipping this for the Texas drivers thing. I'm clipping it for the fact that I just didn't get hit there somehow. My favorite tiny little incident, and this is such a mild thing, but it just stuck in my mind so hard. So we're driving in. There's a fairly basic intersection. Big ol' one, like a 4-lane. Or, excuse me, a 5-lane. And we're trying to go straight, and the big old pickup truck to the left of us is trying to turn left. Okay, nothing really unnormal about any of that. Yes, unnormal, it's a word. Look it up. Okay, it's not a word yet. But he decides he wants to go left. I should mention that we currently have a red. So we have, cross-directional traffic. We have obstacle traffic, whatever that's actually properly called. I can't think of the name of it right now. So people directly in the way. And he inches forward. And then 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 he inches forward. We still have a red, by the way. This happens over the course of, probably about 20 seconds, I'd say. Something like that. So bit by bit, over the course of 20 seconds, he just gets more and more and more into the intersection until it gets to the point where the cross-traffic actually has to start swerving to dodge him. Because he is that much in traffic. Nope. No.
Oh no!
Yeah. And that's almost what happened. Now, nothing actually happened, but the best part was he never actually, he never got to turn left until the light turned green, so he didn't even save himself any time. He was just blocking traffic. Now, There's another phenomenon which I'm not a big fan of, but at least makes a degree of sense. I don't actually know what it's called, but it's when you currently have the turn. It's always a turn, and you currently have the green. And you decide to inch until you're in the intersection. And then it turns red, so you no longer have the green, but you're already in the intersection. You've got to go. Like, you're blocking traffic, so I have to take the turn now. I know it turned red. That is extraordinarily common. Yeah, most people I know do it deliberately. Yeah, everybody does that thing. What's really frustrating about that one, though, hey, Morton, isn't the people who do that. It's the two people behind them who decide to go anyways because they went. Those people piss me off. The edging? Okay, fine. Oh, hey, it's the Bellhammer. Yeah, like I said, the person turning left I can kind of get. Every now and again, too, I'll do a thing where I'm like, I probably shouldn't have gone for that, in terms of making a turn. And what amuses me, and by amuses I mean terrifies me, is 9 times out of 10, if I'm ever mentally in a state where I'm not sure I should have gone for a turn, there's always someone behind me also making the turn. Who really, really shouldn't be.
Yay!
What does a yellow light mean? If you want my answer, what a yellow light means is caution. And I'm dead serious. That's, if you see a yellow light, that's when you need to start, like, raise your alert level by 1 step. Legally, I know exactly what yellow light means. In fact, I could even tell you the specific definitions, because the idea is, if it's yellow and you have not yet entered the intersection, then you stop. If it is yellow and you are currently in the intersection, you should keep going. That is the legal usage of yellow. Take your driver's chest.
What?
Yeah, actually, I have a tremendous amount of respect for people who study and design traffic light patterns, because there is an extraordinary amount of thought and effort that goes into that when they actually do their job, which is not true in every city. But you can always tell when it's true because you can pretty much see the patterns in the flow of traffic. It's like, oh man. Yeah, city planning is extremely hard. I've been studying it just for fun over the last few years, and yikes. There's so much that goes into that. Look, Blade Jamal. It's not my fault I find logistics and statistics and all that fun stuff fun, okay? It just means I'm a hideous, mutant, evil freak who's gonna conquer the world someday. I want to know how to do my frickin' job. Oh man, I actually did find one of those, a city planner who likes to play City Skylines. And, I wish I had time to watch his videos, because he's does some fascinating stuff. You ever want to know what kind of a boring person I am? I like roundabouts.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
Yeah, roundabouts have no lights. Pretty sure. Don't actually quote me on that. Now I'm not sure, because I'm thinking about like 5 things at once. I have seen roundabouts. There's like 2 around here. Roundabouts are weirdly good for traffic. Like really, really weirdly good for traffic. Okay.
Let's go.
Traffic circles are... I'm trying to think how to say this nicely as possible. Traffic circles defeat the point of a roundabout. Both literally and philosophically. Like, for those who don't understand, the philosophical point of a roundabout is to always have traffic flowing. Whereas with any situation in which there's a stop sign, or, excuse me, a stop light, excuse me, stoplights interrupt traffic, now that there's reasons for that. But the point remains that that's, like, kind of antithesis of the point. So you add traffic lights to a roundabout, and you have ruined the anyway, sorry. I apologize for the delay. Trying to figure something else out here really quick. You notice the Cheep Cheeps in the background? Just kind of lazily going through the background. They really like this angled look. I don't know which director at what point decided that the angular look was going to be what visually distinguished this game, but it's distinct. Because to my knowledge, it's never been repeated before or since. Like, even the mountain was at that, like, 45-degree thing. That's an interesting question, Magister. The problem with automobiles is everything. And I mean that extraordinarily literally. At least here in the States, we are so stuck on vehicles, on cars and trucks, that if you were to somehow magically get rid of them, all that would happen is our society would just kind of grind to a halt. Like, never mind not being able to get to work and whatnot. People wouldn't be able to transit goods properly. Hell, some people wouldn't even be able to leave their neighborhoods because they would be so far away from any kind of transport system. As with most things, I think a nice, big, long-term, slow transition, complicated solution is the answer, Magister. And if you want details, tough, I'm not giving them right now. But you get the general idea. We do need to, as a country, in the States especially, we need to transition away from being as car-dependent as we are, because it not only is it not sustainable, but we're kind of all in at this point. Already. Like, we're currently all in.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, exactly, Ross. It's like, ugh! So we need to kind of start shuffling that around a bit.
Yeah.
Speaking as a car owner, I would honestly prefer not to. But I mean, you know? Yeah, no, exactly, Walker. If you want to be a functioning member of the economy, you need to have a car.
It's a good time!
And yeah, and unfortunately, and I don't have a nice way of saying this, Ross is probably correct. The U.S. is way too all-in on cars. There's the possibility of specific counties or cities or neighborhoods drifting away from car-centric design. And most new cities and new municipalities didn't see that coming. Have actually been transitioning away from car-centric stuff. But, like, the whole country? No, this is our life. This is where we're at. Such a cool thing. I'm sorry, can I gush for a second about the level design? So there's clearly something here, right? So I go and I check, and there's a path over here. And there's a path over here. And they bothered to put a signpost right there so that you know this is here. That is guidance and flow. That is so cool. Yeah, no, the U.S. is very, very large and very diverse. I could see living in a like I said, I could see living in a specific place that's going to be less car-centric. But like, you live in a metropolitan area. I love the impact these things have when they land. Sorry, I don't mean to talk about the game we're streaming right now. We're here, there's a reason they called me the Boar Runner. We're here to talk about cars! Actually, San Francisco's public transit was pretty legit last time I was there. But I don't know if that's still true or not. We don't talk about LA. LA is the Raven home. San Diego's was decent last I was there, which admittedly was a while ago at this point. But they had like a cross system where all of the different transit hubs were all part of the same network, the same system. So you used one car to go from the bus to the trolley to the train, and that was good. That was exactly right. Goodness. Okay, that was fun. If you want to go to the beach, first of all, why are you going to the beach in San Diego? Look, Federation Builder. Yes, it is. Sorry, Ross, I don't mean to speak bad about the country we live in again. But the US sucks and it's death! Alright, anyways, so.
Woohoo!
Peach, do we need to have a talk?
What?
I'm actually with you on that, Ross. What's funny is my own personal social circle has already grown out of that particular cycle. Because, like, yeah, no. Yeah, everybody's got the problems. Even the places I would like to live someday. Yeah, right. All have their own issues. And I'm like the people in Midgar over in FF7. I'm probably just stuck here. Fine, here. What was that? 3 tower. Yeah, no, exactly. The grass is always greener syndrome is a real problem. Sorry. And, the funny thing is, there's a child who's like, oh man, things are so great over there. And then there's being an adult who's like, everything sucks everywhere. But then there's like another layer of adult after that, which is realizing that you can kind of pick and choose your suckitude. If that makes any sense. Like, you can tolerate different things than I can, right? And so deciding which place has the issues that you can tolerate the most, that's really being an adult right there. That's the final step. I mean, the US could be a lot worse than it is. And has been. So, because, I study history. So as much as I complain about where I live, and I do, I think a little bit more of that is because of where I live, There's several other places I would not mind living in the States, which would be a better off situation for me, personally. What am I doing?
It's a go
Oh,
time.
I remember this stage. I remember this stage positively. That's new. The boos are just straight up throwing blocks at me now. Continuing to be the Fae here, by the way. Ever since I first had that thought that the boos are the Fae, it's fits so well. It's kind of crazy to think about. A Taco Bell in Madrid. Yeah, that sounds weird, but whatever. I'm with it. Oh no, you're gonna destroy your eyes. I mean, it's gonna look much better. The last thing I want to do is I want to piss off the CRT Mafia. If you haven't seen their lobby groups, they're terrifying. Ugh. Okay, we're okay. Look, no offense to anybody like CRT setups. Really. God dang, y'all are scary. Yura is, of course, the Mafia. I don't know the female term of Dawn. For that matter, I don't know a gender-neutral term of Dawn. Dawnette? You know what? And you look just like Bowsette. Okay. Physicsy problem there. God damn it. Oh my god. Whatever. Actually, I have Yura. It was the only way I had to stream it the last time we played it, I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but I have played it regardless. How many of you noticed the skulls, by the way, on the crates? Did you notice the skulls? I guess we could use a power-up. We're gonna fill these up soon anyways.
It's a go time.
Also, don't clip me dying while I was distracted by my phone. Remember, kids, don't text and play? Listen, I'm just trying to be like all the big name streamers out there, Yura.
Yeah.
See you around, Magister. Railways are awesome. Like, trains are cool, right? Like, I can't be the only one who finds trains cool. Yes, I was talking about you, Random. Yep, I'm gonna be in a plastic swimming pool, in a bikini, on top of my suit. Obviously. Streaming Fortnite, yelling about it. Trains here in the States are also extraordinarily slow. I was looking up just for the hell of it, the difference between flying and training down, I guess that would be 2 states away. Flight, about an hour. You know, and plus some setup and let down time. So basically, a day. Train, 3 days. That is a problem. If it takes that long to get there, some people are just not going to do that because that's just too slow. It's okay. The Fortnite disease is everywhere. None of us can escape it. We'll all be destroyed. Think of it like Sauron from Lord of the Rings, you know? That's Fortnite.
Yeah.
Because that's what Fortnite wants to think it is. The actual Sauron is some mobile game you've probably never even heard of. I don't even know what it is, because I'd have to go Google it. Yeah, it's probably a Korean MMO.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
Yep. You've probably never even heard of Honor of Kings. How many of you have heard of Monster Strike? Both of those, hang on. Yep. Both of those are in the 11-digit range of profits. Which is just... Yeah, that's tens of billions if you're paying attention at home. And again, you've never heard of them. Because those games are cancer. Just straight up cancer. I actually have heard of both of those, but only because I've looked into this stuff before. You know, Morgoth in this situation would be Farmville. Think about it. Think about it. Sorry, Yoshi, you kind of got me killed there, so fair play and all that. Look, he made the platform disappear from under me. So now he's dead. Let this be a lesson. Never let platforms disappear beneath me, or I will kill you. Just like that Cheep Cheep tried to kill me.
Oh no!
And that one succeeded. Need for Speed Unbound. I actually haven't played Unbound. And, that's probably going to keep being a thing. It is not random. It is not sufficiently different to warrant the replay. And it's too long to warrant the replay. Alright, Huthor, hit me. Yes, YouTube sucks. Any questions? Listen, Yoshi died because of you, Luke. I want you to know that. His life was in your hands, and you tossed him away like trash. That's a good question, Huthor. So, believe it or not, I had got exactly one copy wrong strike on my entire WoW lore run. And it was for a Warlords cutscene. I don't know why that's a thing, though. I have no idea where that came from or why that happens. But samesies. Listen, all I'm saying is, in your hands and not mine, is the precipitous nature of a civil war. If you go down this path, Loke, forever will it dominate your destiny. I don't know, Uthor, but can confirm that is something I have been hit by. For years at this point. I anticipate it'll be an issue again when it comes to the review. No, YouTube does suck. It's just, it's a net positive. Because, you know. Duh, I suppose. Like, that's the really frustrating part. If YouTube just, like, universally sucked, then we wouldn't care, right? Nobody cares about something that's crap. That's crap. I mean, if I told you, hey, everyone, Bing sucks, and several of you in chat are gonna be like, what the hell is Bing? Or, of course, I can't think of an example now. No! I mean, even ignoring the obvious entertainment benefits of YouTube, or the fact that I'm very biased since I started my career thanks to YouTube. Not that I am a YouTuber anymore, but that is where I got my shot in the arm. Yahoo! That's a better example.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
But YouTube is really, really useful for actual education. No, I don't mean like, you know, the kind of, oh, that's cool hobby kind of thing. No, I mean like teachers in schools will actually use it to help with certain specific things because it's a visual aid. It's something you can actually show and say, here, this is how you can build this, or this is how you can repair this, or this is how these letters work together. And they can be pseudo-interactive with children, too. So that's at a child level and at a college level, both. See, I don't even know about that, Bragman, but I believe you. Yeah, you can look at pretty much anything on YouTube. YouTube is a search engine. People don't act like it is, but it super is. Now, we must destroy YouTube, is what the people in charge of YouTube have been saying for the better part of several years now. That's true, Fife. You can watch a city planner play City Skylines and actually talk about it. You can watch my VODs on YouTube. Hi, VOD watchers. Always appreciate you. Never forget. Hell, I'll give you a specific example. So, about 2 years ago now, actually. Oh, Jesus. I had to replace my car because of issues. And when I did so, I couldn't get the hood open. I know that's such a minor, banal thing. I did have a manual, by the way, a physical print manual, but it did not say how to open the fricking hood. YouTube did.
Oh no!
So I figured out how to access my frickin' engine because of YouTube. And that's such a banal, stupid, dumb little thing, but... just giving specific examples of why YouTube can be a very, very useful and beneficial thing. It's one of the reasons it pisses me off so much! Yeah, speaking of which, go watch the highlight reels, if you haven't. You don't have to watch all of them, but by God, watch the good ones. Well, yeah, so I'm a very visual learner, Walker. If I see something, I tend to get it pretty much like that, right? So YouTube's very helpful for me when I try to figure out something. So yeah, samesies, right? That's true. Watch the head-on highlight reel, watch the Quest 64 highlight reel, watch the Diddy Kong racing one, and watch the Secret of the Stars one. Those are probably the 4 best ones. The rest of them all suck, though. I'm joking, they're all good. Also, I hear there's this series called Lorecraft. I don't know what that is, but you should probably go watch that. I hear some bald, worthless moron spent 4 months of his life making that. And he's very proud of it to his very day. It's really unusual, because he's a bald, worthless moron. Worth it! I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. Yes, also go watch the rewrites. There's only 2 up right now. That number's gonna go up, hopefully, pretty soon. Actually, I have, Yura. But honestly,
Oh yeah, Mario time!
I already have a separate channel for the rewrites, and that's never really gone anywhere. And there's... yes, Walker. And there's some more complex stuff that goes into branching out to a second channel for a second feature. Obviously, a lot of people will do something like that, and for good reason. But there's also some negative metrics for doing that, because you're kind of killing your discoverability, because YouTube tends to bury newer channels. Now, that's not always true, but it would be like shooting myself in the foot, and even just getting the word out to everybody about the fact that, hey, all the highlights are over on the highlights channel, might actually be problematic. So, the general idea of just going ahead and putting it all on the original channel, the YouTube channel, is generally a better idea. But it's also not necessarily the right answer, it's just the answer we came to. And that was a group effort, too. I looked into that and told a lot of people, excuse me, please stop trying to eat me, Mr. Eel. Thank you. Thank you. Kinda, Mr. Red. But at the same time, it's worth noting, I got in pretty early on in YouTube. I got in back at the all uploads can only be about 10 minutes in length era of YouTube. I got in when YouTube wasn't evil yet. when Alphabet didn't exist yet. Yeah, no kidding, Federation Builder. Please stop trying to eat me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill your future self in space. But I'll kill you. Die, monster. Die. Die. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing much. Alphabet is the company that was formed in order to manage Google and all its ownership. All the things that are owned by Google. Alphabet is the umbrella company on top of all of it. Now, the problem here is you're probably thinking, who cares? What's so bad about Alphabet? Well, when the original creators and founders of Google left, Google demonstrably got worse and became more of a evil corporation, for lack of a better way to put that.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
And one of the first acts the new owners did was make Alphabet and then fold everything under Alphabet. For tax reasons, obviously. If there is, I don't know about it, Compaloosa. But again, I don't know about that. I know how to do manual subtitles. That takes a lot of time and a lot of work. Which, let's just say, as nicely as I possibly can, is never happening. Like, unless you want me to take another, I don't know, 2 weeks off during the long dark just to sit here typing up timestamps. That's a time-consuming job, typing up timestamps for subtitles. Most YouTubers who do that usually have a completely separate person or team. Jesus! Look at this freaking place. Whose entire job it is to do just that. The YouTube manager, I believe, is the official position. I've gotten lucky several times. I got in at the ground floor of Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon. I mean, I've been doing this job for, what, 12 years now? 11 years? Something like that. A minute. And I still can't afford to have my own place, so think of that what you will. Every time I hear about someone who has, shall we say, burnt money on questionable things to burn money on, I just sit here thinking, how did you have that much money and blow it? I mean, I understand the answer to that intellectually, but it's just, it's hard for me to mentally process burning several $1,000s on nonsense. Oh, I would, Ross. I would. I mean, I get it. Most people don't understand financial anything. But holy crap, people. I mean, there's frivolous, and then there's spending 5 digits on Fortnite, you know? Or 6 digits on hookers. Both of these are real examples, by the way. Undead are immune to fire. Final Fantasy lied to me! Oh yeah, no, it's sad, Walker. Okay, so who's this one? Larry! Alright, let's see what Larry does. Okay, fine. We'll do this the old-fashioned way.
Mario number 1! Woohoo!
Sorry, Larry. We were just talking about people wasting money. As in too much money. People who don't know fiscal responsibility, put simply. Like, if you go out and buy a hooker, I don't care. Sex workers are workers, etc., etc. If you go out and spend 6 digits of money on hookers, what is wrong with you? And yeah, people who spend on Mobage are another side of this whole thing. Okay. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go off then. Like, granted, I'm kind of a Scrooge McDuck mentality when it comes to expenditures. Which I suppose I should explain, because most people probably just think of Scrooge as, you know, a miser, but that's actually not true. Scrooge's mentality is very, very simple. Spend what you should spend. No more, no less. If it's something important, you don't hold back. If it's something that you can hold back on, then you do. Like, it's pretty basic mentality. You'd be surprised. So yeah, my bed is $800. My mattress, more accurately. But I don't regret that for a second. Why would I? It's my mattress. It's the thing I sleep on every night. That's true. There's also my computer, which is not just for my own sanity and self, but also, and probably critically, for my freaking job. I didn't hold back on that one either. Oh man, I can't even imagine what that would be like, Ross. Oh, Jesus. We got homing torpedoes, yo. We got homing torpedoes. Can I get a ping, please? One ping only. Hey, Eternus. I have actually heard about that, because remember, I have people living there, Ross. Although I haven't heard all the details yet, but yeah. Apparently quite a few people are not what you'd call super happy about what's been going on in Vegas over the last few months at this point. Oh god, Walker, that sounds funny. Just picturing that. No, I'm actually kind of with you on that, Federation Builder. I'm not a huge fan of submarines unless they also go under the sand. Sand submarines are freaking awesome, and the best thing Xenogears ever added to fiction. I've never even heard of them calling Palooza, so I'm going to go with a firm no on that. Look, all I'm saying, Sovicom, is sand submarines are awesome. So much so that I pretty much dumped them into Primus just because I thought they were cool. And for no other reason. Oh god, Walker, that's hysterical.
Mario #1! Woohoo! Yay!
Honestly, yeah, Ross. I mean, it's valid advice, Eternus. Like, I know that the most common advice is don't listen to some random YouTuber for advice. Which is advice I have given, it's worth noting. But get a nice mattress.
Yay!
Now, the hard part is figuring out what a nice mattress is for you. Because that varies. That varies based on individual and gender, actually.
What? Oh.
Yeah, it's a 30 of freaking life. Spend the money. Little do you know, Eternus, I am an old gypsy woman in the alley. I've heard good things about the purple, but that's... I needed stiff. I need, solid surface. That's what I got.
Mexico!
Jesus, Colin Palooza. Yeah, I've never actually heard of them. Probably because I sort of... This area. I love the looks of this zone. But sorry. Sorry to talk about the game we're playing again for a moment, but look at this. The snow, the trees in the foreground, the trees in the background, which are actually the same, just slightly different lighting to indicate that they're in the background. This is cool looking. The constellations. You know, Yura in chat. This level looks terrible. I hate it. Although she wouldn't sound like that, but you know, whatever. Point being. What's funny is I actually really tend to like ice levels, but usually more like in the RPG verse and less in the platforming verse. Like in Paper Mario, both of them, actually, when you get to the ice stage, I'm usually like, yeah! And then I remember the backtracking, and I'm like, no! That's the worst part of Paper Mario 2, is that frickin'... Anyways, man.
Oh yeah, Mario.
Oh man, Phanandra Drifts is easily my favorite section of Metroid Prime, no question. And I love Metroid Prime a lot. All its flaws. I need to look something up really quick. Please forgive me. I mean, Paper Mario 1 holds up just well, just fine. So the fact that it's accessible is fine to me. I don't think it needs a remaster. Now, a remake, I'd be in favor of, but I'd always be in favor of a good remake. I mean, the space station is a very good intro, so I can't argue that, Yura. I was right, it's World 4. Yeah, Paper Mario 1 holds up now. Doesn't really need a remaster. IMO. Listen, Eternus. Don't listen to the rumors. That's a good question, Compluso. Do you think that if Mario 3D All-Stars sells well, that they will release a Switch version of Mario Galaxy 2? Oh, so many, CTC Gamer. Like, you gotta limit it for me. There's so many games I think need proper remakes. Like, give me a genre at least, you know? Whoa! Actually caught up to him, poor guy. He just wanted to slide in peace. And I murdered him. And I'll do it again! I love penguin meat! Get back here! I want to eat you! Oh, Jesus. I deserve that. Oh, Jesus. Again. And my phone's bleeping at me. It's always distracting. Get back here so I can eat you! Oh god, please don't kill me. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for everything! Okay, we're good.
Oh yeah, Mario.
Deus Ex isn't what I would call a genre, but of the Deus Ex franchise, I mean, Deus Ex 1 itself probably could use a proper remake, but then again, I haven't played Revision, so I'm not sure if that already qualifies. Yes, Ross. Wait, no, that's not true. Hammer Brothers.
Go time.
If I was to pick one of the stealth em ups to pick for remake that most needs it, in my opinion, or could most use it, or whatever terminology you want to use there, I'd probably go Thief 1, actually.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think I'd go with Thief 1. Now, the reason I say that is because I haven't played Thief 2, or 3, or 8, or 15, or 36. So it's the only one I'm familiar with.
Go time.
There is a Thief block, so someday that'll be changed. But the point being, like, maybe one of the Thieves is more in need of one than Thief 1. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm speaking from ignorance here. Because, like, Dishonored 1 is fine now. I proved that not too long ago. Or this year, in fact. Dishonored 2 is still amazing. Like I said, Deus Ex has Human Revolution, which is fine. Mankind Divided, which is fine. Oh my god, this stage. And, Revision, which I haven't played, which may or may not be fine. Ah! There's also Thief Reboot, which nobody acknowledges exists. By the way, how many of you noticed the dripping ice to indicate where the ice is going to eventually fall, even though you can't see it? Which I bring up, because something that several of the games we've been covering so far have done wrong is there would be obstacles above the screen that you couldn't see, and they would cause you damage and pain before you could see them. It was pretty much gotcha. But here they bothered to add that little dripping water graphic just so you would know where the actual ice was coming down. This is good level design. And forgive me for sounding snarky when I'm saying it, but it's bonkers to see this, considering this exact series has screwed this point up multiple times. Put that in the highlight reel. I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna get hit to put that in the highlight reel, just to emphasize how important that is. Details, polish, do it. Moving on. Speaking of which, Mr. Red, I've got a new job for you. I want you to do all the highlight reels. But hang on, I got another job for you that I want you to do while doing that job. I'm kidding, but someone recently suggested... So I guess a common thing that YouTubers will do is they'll put subtitles on their VODs. Now, I'm not a YouTuber, as we've made very clear. But, it was suggested that I was being lazy for not doing that, because all of my names are very bland and dry. Now, I do that very much on purpose. It's for discoverability and searchability. If you want to see part 3 of such and such game's VOD, it is very clearly labeled. And I could add a subtitle at the end of that. But I have absolutely no idea, like, what I would do for that. No, sorry, I don't mean, like, subtitles. I mean, like, this one we could call Adventures in Dying Land. That doesn't fit at all. So I have no idea what we could call that. How Mario got their groove back. I don't know, something like that. No, I do not, Yura. Snow Time to Die. Ice Capades. But, like, it's the whole VOD, right? So it's World 1, World 2, World 3, and World 4, which is what we're currently in. I have no idea, Zactaf. Whoa! I'm not really a dog or a wolf person. Yeah, but then if we call it Worlds 1 through 4, then it's just like...
Mario #1! Woohoo!
Honestly, what's the point? That's just making the title longer. I mean, I guess it is good for indexing. That sounds, honestly, that sounds like hell, but I guess I could do that. People just want to add to my workload, that's really what it is. People don't want me to ever take a day off. You won't believe what happens in World 3. I literally had a comment today asking why I wasn't doing that, Ross. And I had a comment 2 days ago asking when I was going to start covering the rest of Trek. I mean, there's a pretty good chance the old Voyager rooms will be removed at some point. I'm just saying. Well, when I say removed, I mean delisted. That's interesting. So, YouTube has this thing, right? Let's assume for a moment, just for a moment, that I do a video on Final Fantasy VI. Let's say later I do a re-examination of that video. It will actually hurt the metrics of that new video, and my show in general, by virtue of having two videos labeled Final Fantasy VI. It's just the way YouTube does its discoverability and its searchability. So, generally speaking, if I have that kind of redundancy, I try not to repeat myself. Make sense? So, if there's... God damn it. Something that is replacing something previous, then I usually delist the previous to try and not completely shoot myself in the foot. Sense, Mike? I've actually already done this several times.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Ugh. I could Savicom, but that wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
Don't worry, all the old stuff is still there and archived on the website for a frickin' reason.
What? Oh.
Mexico.
Yeah, you can still watch them right now. The only video ever, I think, actually, that I have straight up removed from watchability is the Phantom Menace room. And that's not coming back.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Ah.
Yeah, no, the comments on that video were a little bit too much for me. Streaminating movies in general is kind of like its own little thing.
Mexico.
Like, it's hard to... No, I don't want to interrupt you playing WoW, Mr. Ed, with a job I can't pay you for.
Oh, no.
I was kidding anyways. If I ever actually had access to like a secretary, stuff like adding subtitles to episodes or to individual things like the Lorecraft is the kind of thing I would probably ask them to do. Anyways, but yeah, streaminations on movies in general is something that's a really big asterisk. At the moment, I'm going to say a pretty hard no to that. And we'll see if that ever changes. I've never mentioned how much I love playing games on the Switch. I'm not even remotely being facetious. My controller's right here, in my hand. So I can just rest here, right? I can just relax my neck a little bit, and still be playing the game. And I love that so much. This is why I love the Joy-Con, right here. I couldn't do this with any other console. So, obviously, when we're done with TNG, we're going to go ahead and cover the movies. My friend and I that have been going back through Trek. Well, it's the first time they're going through Trek. I'm going back through Trek. And I've been lore running Trek, right? I've talked about it a few trillion times at this point. The reason I bring it up, I told them flat out, we're going to watch Star Trek V and Star Trek X. There are several movies that are debatable, like 1 and 3. We might skip through. Maybe 9. Maybe 7. But we are going to watch all of frickin' 5 and freaking 10. I need to appreciate the glory that is that nonsense. That's true. Star Trek 2 is just
Oh yeah, Mario time.
listening to old men talk to each other. Why skip the others? I'll come back to that in a second. That's true, Gigapudding. They need to appreciate the fan dance. Also, I don't think it would work that direction, Calabaloza. Are we watching the Calvin movies? No. I don't really see any point in doing that. We could watch Beyond, but you have to think about it in a time equation. Time is finite, so is Beyond worth the time? Damn, I screwed that up. I liked Beyond 2, by the way. But we're not watching those. So the reason we're skipping the others, I should probably explain what I mean when I say skipping. Because obviously we're still doing a lore run of them. So... I wonder if I could get away with that. One second. Cooking TikToks. No, I'm not that suicidal. Hang on, let me pull up one of the lore crafts. That'll be nice and safe. Mute. Shut up. Alright, so. Shut up past me. Nobody likes you. So, what I mean when I say skip is this. So we'll go through it, and I'll just kind of skip through and give you a little bit of like a visual indicator of where we're going with stuff. And like, here's this thing, and here's this thing. And I'm talking about it and explaining the Kingdom of Gilneas and what the Cataclysm is, and the Undead Invasion, and the nature of what Loa are, and where the curse of the Worgen came from. And I just kind of describe and lore run it as we skip through it. This is what I mean when I say skip. So we will skip the movies as we have skipped the episodes that are honestly just not worth the time. Because not every episode and not every movie is worth bothering to burn the time on it. Does that make sense? How many of the TNG episodes are we actually watching? Well, we're only on season 4, but the percentage has not been what I would call super high. Put it to you that way. Now, I just got 2 donations, or rather, I just got 1 donation. That reminded me I got another donation. We did watch the entirety of Best of Both Worlds. The goal is we've been watching most of the good and the bad. And everything in the middle has just been ignored. So, first of all, thank you, Blue Dragon EXE. I apologize for missing it earlier. Yeah, we watched Code of Honor, for perspective. But, God, I can't remember the name of the episode. We've actually already skipped through Aquiel. It's their favorite of my skips so far. Because, and I'm not joking about this, it was really, really funny doing a skip through of Aquiel. Because have you ever noticed that the dog is in every scene? So the skip through was like, okay, so here's Geordi talking about this, and there's the dog! And then we're going to see her, and she's talking about this thing, and then there's the dog! And then, okay, and this next scene, obviously they're trying to figure out what killed them, and oh my god, they found some evidence, and near the evidence is the dog! I'm not joking. Rewatch the episode if you don't believe me. You see the dog. I think it's not literally every scene, but it's like 90% of the scenes. It's the dog! So, Blue Dragon EXE. Happy Thanksgiving, and thank you very, very much for the support. I will put that towards the Mega Man Battle Network. Pokemon Arceus, which at this point is just in inches. And Zelda block. Voyager? We're probably going to skip a lot of Voyager, to be very honest. We will be watching Threshold, of course. Outlaws, Contradiction, and Satisfactory. Thank you, Disco Inferno. It's not my birthday, but I'll pretend. Thank you. My friend loved Measure of a Man. They absolutely dove into... It's been fascinating, because, again, Oh, it's your birthday. I must have misread that. No, it says your birthday, as in my birthday. But I believe you. Happy birthday, Disco. Please get something nice today. I've got a banana choco pie. Do you want a banana choco pie? Okay, good. That makes me happy that you already got something. Well, I think Miranda would kill everyone there, Zach Taft. Probably with a gun. And then her psychic powers. In that order. Oh, blueberry cheesecake sounds so good. I hope you liked it. So yeah, we're probably going to skip a lot of Voyager, to be totally honest. At least in the early stuff. Almost all of Season 2 is probably going to be skipped. I mean, I know we're watching The Bad, but Season 2 is just... And yeah, a lot of early DS9. Like, a lot. But the reason... So, I never actually finished making my point. Sorry. Episodes that don't... I'm making a complete judgment call per episode, right? So, do we watch Code of Honor? Absolutely. Of course we do. That episode is absolute garbage. That deserves to be notated for historical context. Did we watch When the Bow Breaks? Bonus question. Do you even remember what episode When the Bow Breaks is? I mean, no, I don't, Zach Taft, but she tried.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Like, I'm not trying to flex. Do you even remember that episode? No, of course you don't. How about Lonely Among Us? There's actually one in particular, which I can't even... There it is, Too Short a Season, yep. Do you remember Too Short a Season? No, of course you don't. Don't lie to me. You get my point. Forgettable episodes are pretty easy skips because they're forgettable. Yeah, the Muse we're probably skipping. If Wishes Were Horses, we might watch that one. We will definitely watch the episode that made me quit Deep Space Nine. Listen, it's not my fault you lied to me, Colgrim. Why would you lie to me, Colgrim? You knew the penalty for failure. We actually watched most of Justice. Because that episode is just so hilariously bad. I even called it Hitler's Sex Planet to emphasize which episode it was. Damn it. Angel 1, we skipped through that. That sounds funny, Savicom. Too funny for Move Along Home. So I made them watch Shades of Grey, and then I did the same thing I usually do. In fact, I did it to everyone watching the room, too, if you remember. I made them watch all of the unique parts of the episode, you know, the parts that are actually new footage, they said, all right, here's the limitations. How do you make this better? What do you write when you have this extraordinarily limited and terrible amount of time to work with? I mean, I don't think that's going to work out well for Urzak Theft. We might skip through the wire. We will skip through part of Chain of Command. Although you can probably guess why. 1, Colgrim. As in, there's one after this. Yeah, no, the Chain of Command is its own thing. You know, so can I complain about Colgrim for 1 second? Do you mind, Colgrim, if I use you as an example here? So Colgrim is pure evil, obviously, right? I mean, duh, I suppose. I mean, he even, like, worships a dragon. Whoa! No, not at all, Yura. I don't like the visuals of 13 all that much. Oh! Sure, Zach Taft, you go ahead and interrogate Darth freaking Vader. Let me know how that turns out for you. So... This is pure venting, okay? I don't really mean this in, like, the screw you kind of a way. But I've noticed several people complaining about how long the Mario block is going. No one ever complains about the Dragon Age block. No, no one complained about the Dragon Age block. No one complained about the Baldur's Gate 3 run. No one complained about any of the slow, boring, sloggy runs. They complain about Mario. And Colgrim's pure evil. There were a few complaints about Persona 5, I'll give you that. No, I think the reason, if I'm just going to be really blunt about this, is that people don't like Mario. And that's fine. You know, preferences are a thing, and that's cool and all. But... yeah. Yeah, there were people complaining during the Mega Man block, too. I remember that. I mean, that would be a really strange thing, Disco, not gonna lie. Yeah, that was another one. Several people did actually complain about the FF14 blog. Anyways, that's it. Vent over. Like I said, I just needed a vent really quick. It's just irritating. That's all. Yeah, I'll give you my critique about Chain of Command. Part 1. I've got a map up. I'm looking up a map because I am actually turned around, which is kind of weird if I'm being honest. So I am here? No, where am I? I've even got a map and it's confusing. That's true, Riker's Beard. My sister keeps telling me that because people complain about my content, that's a good sign. Because I'm big enough and have enough people who care to bother. I'm not quite sure I believe that, but it is certainly an interesting take on it. Like I said, it's just irritating and I just need an event, and that's all. Here we are. Okay, so I need to go there. That's where I need to go. Okay. I mean, Lord knows that I complain about certain runs, too. I can't actually argue that. There's always a point in a game in which I'm ready to move on. It's pretty much the exact moment at which I'm done with the game. I can always tell. It's a very distinct internal feeling of, okay, I'm ready to move on. Can we move on, please? God, I can't even imagine that fight. I mean, I can, and it sounds terrible. Yeah, the problem here, and I suppose this is partially my fault, is we decided to do both Mario blocks as one thing. And I will accept ownership of that. That was my decision. Yeah, that's part of why we split the Metroid block. Only part. The other reason is that I was tired of playing chicken with Nintendo.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
The Zelda block... We might split the Zelda block. I haven't decided on that yet. Yes, although, if you were paying attention, it's actually on the list, Yura. Like, on the website, I mean. Because I know the command just says Metroid block. We've actually already passed Sub Rosa. And no. Yeah, no, like, so, for example, playing Breath of the Wild... Oh, and Tears of the Kingdom back to each other would be absolutely insane. That's pretty much the only thing we're absolutely definitively not doing. I don't know if it's my favorite block, because there's this block, and, well, I mean, I know I'm the only one, but I have at least been having a lot of fun going through this particular block. Oh, it's the Wimps. But yeah, the Mega Man block is probably my overall favorite block I've ever done. Try to be shocked. I'm sure the Final Fantasies will beat that someday. Oof. Which is funny, because we're splitting up the Final Fantasies quite a bit, actually. And yeah, there'll be a Kingdom Hearts block someday. Anyway, so what's your suggestion, Disco? I can't say anything until you suggest the block. Honestly, this has been absolutely fascinating, covering Mario like this. Like, just from the purposes of the review. Command & Conquer. Okay. So, no. But let me explain why. So, Command & Conquer 1 has a remaster. Easy to get streamable, no problems, done. You'll notice that's on the list. Command & Conquer 2, much more problematic. Command & Conquer Red Alert 1, also problematic. Red Alert 2, I actually can't get working at all. I've actually done tech tests to try to get it working. Red Alert 3, sure, that's more modern. But then Command & Conquer 3, no problems. But then Command & Conquer 4, nobody cares about. And I haven't tried the generals, so I'm not sure about those. Apparently Red Alert 1 is part of the remake. So that just means Command & Conquer 2, Red Alert 2. Oh, the ice! Did you see that? I spent that whole time trying to turn around. Look at that! Look at that!
Mario number 1.
Barbarian Sun being freeware is nice. That doesn't mean I can get it running, Disco. So we'd skip Command & Conquer 2. We'd skip Red Alert 2. And nobody cares about Command & Conquer 4. So that's why. That's why Command & Conquer is not a block. It was actually suggested. Now, if I'm not mistaken...
What?
Let's go find the blocks. Yeah, playable and streamable are different things. A lot of people don't understand that, and that's okay. You don't stream for a living. Most people don't stream for a living. I don't recommend streaming for a living. It's very, very stressful and not at all a stable job. Let's look up the RTS block. Because, yep, that's what I thought. Looks like we baked both Command & Conquers into the RTS block. The Command & Conquer Remaster and Command & Conquer 3. So there's your Command & Conquer block. So I suppose my final answer, Disco, is done. Moving on. Thank you, Diabeepus, for being part of the show. I will jot that down for a couple of things. Starfield, BRPG block, and Zelda block. The BRPG block is probably going to be the largest block we'll ever do, and I'm admittedly hesitant on that. Because that's Morrowind, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout New Vegas in one gigantic-ass block. That's not going to be a small fight, or a small block. But I do think reviewing the BRPG side-by-side is a worthwhile endeavor. I do think that's, like, worth the time investure. And also, all four of those games are games that people care about, and people want to see, and have significant history. So I think that's valid, right? I think that's a worthwhile thing to go ahead and have this giant-ass block. I guarantee you people will show up and be like, are we done with Bethesda yet? I guarantee that's going to happen. Design, Trihexia, or lack thereof. Yeah, like so another example is Pokemon. We have resisted adding the Pokemons together into a block for years. There is no Metroid block on the list. Because anytime a block is funded, it gets removed from the blocks page. So it's in the queue. If you pull up the queue right now, which I realize I don't have a command for right now, you'll notice that that it's listed and in the order that we'll be playing them in. What am I looking up? Swamps. That's what I'm looking up. Hang on. How do you do honey on pizza? How does that even work? Welcome to the soda jungle. See it down there? That's Dr. Pepper. I don't think I'd do honey on pizza. I think I'd rather not, if that's okay with everybody. Alright. One moment, please. Here. I do apologize. While I was up there, my niece ambushed me and had to share with me her latest drawing. It's a bunch of fireflies in a jar going bzz, 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 bzz. She's getting pretty good. She's also started figuring out color composition too. Because she can do stuff like this now. And she can actually match colors. And actually see, you know, think about it and basic stuff. But she's getting there. I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her. Okay. So that's dealt with. Put this here on my desk so I have something nice to look at while I work. We'll put that in the highlight reel. Okay, so I was asked about Red Alert. So where is Red Alert 3? There it is. So Red Alert 3 is dead fruit. That's why Red Alert 3 isn't in that block. Very, very few people have donated very, very few money towards it. It's been on the list. It's been on the list for 3 years now, and it hadn't been donated towards when I put it into the dead fruit category for about 400 days. That's why Red Alert 3 is not there.
Let's go.
So go back into streaming philosophy for just a second. The fact that it's a tiny huge island. Yeah, you'd think so, Colgrim, but I mean, again, that's just where we were at with that. So I don't actually know what to say about it. Oh. Thank you. Okay, that's dealt with. I have a strange question for everybody, and no judgment, especially for those of you on YouTube, watching this on YouTube. If I decided to just kind of, I'm not doing this, but if I decided to just kind of magically eject the funding system we have for deciding what we stream, and just decide to stream whatever the hell I wanted it, how bad do you think that would be? How much of a negative thing do you think that would be? God dang it. And please be honest, I'm looking for feedback, not, you know, whatever you think the right answer is here. There's no... doesn't work that way. I really like these stages. We're getting into the good stuff now, which of course means the hard stuff, but you know me. Want to say something cool? Look at that. Tell me that isn't cool. It is a suggestion that has been posited more than once that I should just abandon the list, abandon the queue, and just do my own thing. Obviously, I'm not doing that as I just gave away. But it is something that's been suggested more than once. The reason I bring it up, though...
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, I never would have played Cyber Shadow if not for the queue. I've said that before. Like, even from a personally selfish perspective, yeah, I would still like to have access to this method, simply by virtue of being able to experience new games. Even just this year, we played Firewatch, or Firewatch, or what it was called, and A Short Hike, both of which I never would have been exposed to. 1 second. Hang on, I'm not trying to suggest changes. The reason I'm bringing all this up is I've noticed a trend in that whenever I sit down to stream games that I want to stream, because that has happened a few times, they tend to not be particularly popular streams. Now, they tend to be active streams, so that's cool. You know, people are talking and chatting, and that's cool. But the viewing figures are almost universally lower. So it's hard not to read into that, obviously. That you know, for as many people as they say, I'd rather you stream things that you want to stream, there's a bit of evidence that tends to indicate the opposite. Sense make? Point in case, the games I'm playing right now, I really wanted the Mario block. This is actually one of my blocks. It's one of the first times we've actually done this, ever. I'll explain what that means in a minute. I love how the little flowers... Here, check it out. They don't just dance, like, watch them for a second. See, they kind of pop periodically, too. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of examples of that, because it's kind of a new concept. So, let me explain what I mean by that. For the longest time, the rule was actually really simple. There was no... Like, dealer's choice went towards... God damn it, I just want to get the coin! Okay, fine, you win. No coin. No! No! Ah, damn it.
Oh.
Lower, Colgrim. I just wanted the coin! So for the longest time, dealer's choice went towards trying what I mentally refer to as the customer service runs, right? If there's... I don't have like a static rule set for it. If there's a run that has dedicated interest, either from a dedicated group of people or even just one dedicated person, or it's a niche game that several people are interested in, or one person has put a lot of money towards. So a lot of interest, but not enough, or consistent interest, or consistent amount of money, or large amount of money. Basically, all the kind of things that wouldn't actually lend to that run getting funded, but clearly demonstrate a degree of interest by a group of people. That's the kind of stuff that Dealer's Choice went towards. That's a pretty common thing, right? And that was true for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. Last year, we came up with a new system, which we only started implementing this year because the queue was so big that we couldn't actually implement the new system. So here's the idea. There's runs I want to run, and then there's runs you guys want me to run. And the idea is that I will go ahead and put Dealer's Choice towards ones I actually want to run, and then everything else will kind of line up equivalently immediately in the follow-through thereof. 1 second. So, right now, for example, I want to run Metroid. So that's why Metroid is at the bottom of the queue, because your guys' runs take priority. Make sense? So Metroid was technically the next game on the list, but then a bunch of your games got funded, so your games push it down on the list. Okay? So that's how things work right now. And I may or may not have put Dealer's Choice towards all of those to fill those out. But the point remaining, that eventually the goal is to actually be caught up in the queue, and then to be able to put Dealer's Choice towards games that I actually would like to run. Like the Marios, like the Mega Mans, like the Metroids, like the Zeldas. Although Zelda is a pretty popular run, so it might not even need Dealer's Choice at that point, who knows. Anyways, getting off topic. I guess end statement, I think I've said everything I wanted to say. No, I'll get caught up in the queue. Give me another few months. I'll get there. You're welcome, Ross. I'm sorry it's going to take probably about 7 or 8 months to get there. I don't really need to finish off Arceus, which is why I haven't bothered Bleach at all. That and, I mean, the queue's plenty big as is. It doesn't need to get any bigger right now. Once I have streamed everything currently in the queue, which is the current bundle of high-interest games, and then the Metroid block, and then WoW, and then Zelda, that will be caught up. I suppose Arceus qualifies for that as well.
Oh no!
Sorry, so I'm getting off topic. I'm kind of tired. Oh yeah, FF14 is going to be part of that too. Twice, actually. Well, no, just one time. Because the new expansion will probably not get funded immediately. But that is also something to keep in mind. You're absolutely right. I actually forgot about FF14. Thank you for reminding me that the queue is even longer than I thought it was. God damn it, Fife! But that'll be the caught-up point, is when all of that is done. So, I've noticed that people don't tend to show up for games that I want to stream. And I don't know what else to add to that. It is something that worries me. At the bottom of my heart, I worry that if I was to ever actually start doing a thing where I just started streaming games that I want to stream, that my streams would just dry up, right? That nobody would show up anymore, or that people would trickle away, and that would be the end of my ability to, you know, pay rent. And that would suck. That's it. It's just an observation, and it's just something I've noticed. No, so the format we have for MMOs that we're caught up on, which at the moment is exactly one, FF14, is there's going to be one major patch stream towards the end of a dev cycle, which at this point will be, I believe, January for Patchwalker. And then the new expansion will play live at launch once it's funded. And then we'll do all the expansion, or all the patch content for the new expansion, once all of that is funded, and all of it's out. So functionally, every expansion for an MMO gets 2 streams. One when it comes out, and one when it's done. Games I want to stream that no one else would be interested in. Well, Mina the Hollower is one that comes to mind immediately. I think it's technically on the list.
Yeah.
But give me a second, because I actually have a third list here. I don't remember what any of these games are off the top of my head. But Ixion, Flotsam, Fragile Existence, Noble Fates, Great Houses of Calderia, Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, Forever Skies, Terranil, Wandering Village, Necrosity, Laysara, Bulwark, The Great War, Western Front, Foundations, Good Company, Aquatico, Manor Lords, Astro Colony, Astra Libra, Super Dungeon Maker, Humanity, Questmaster, Before We Leave, Sports Story, Tectonica, and Dave the Diver. Of those, how many of you have ever even heard of those games? Alright, that was 4-3. God, I need to be paying attention here. I'm even writing these down, I'm still not paying attention enough. Most of you have probably heard of Dave the Diver, which is why I hesitated right at the end there. Hang on, I got another list. It's called the SNES Block. I want to stream the SNES Block. I also want to stream the NES Blog. Those are both games I would very much like to stream. And by games, I mean blocks. Also, Star Fox is one that I'm very much invested in and one I would love to do. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the NES Block and those NES Blogs. How do I know people wouldn't watch them? Well, I don't. Obviously, I can't know if someone's going to watch something until they're there. But one of the things, and one of the values of the way I do my funding system is not just the fact that I get to pay the bills, but it's a form of voting. It's a way to try and gauge interest in particular runs. A very, very effective measure, actually, of being able to gauge interest. And if a particular run just doesn't have interest, like, say, Red Alert 3, which, by the way, is a game I would love to stream someday, then that tends to be indicative. Oh man, I am gonna tear Evo a new one. I hope she's there for that stream. That would be awesome. And we're dead! I mean, I am splitting my audience automatically every stream I do. I guarantee you people have not shown up, even regulars, have not shown up for the Mario block because they just have no interest in Mario. And I guarantee you some of those people will show up for other games because they have interest in those games, and so forth and so on. I will also admit, and I'm just gonna vent on this for just for 1 second. Just really quick. Just really quick. This isn't actually a complaint, it's just a vent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But it kind of irritates me how so much of my audience seems to be primarily interested in games that suck, that have good story. Like that just kind of is my audience. And there's not a lot I can do about that. And it sucks! Okay, there we go. Vent off. We're done. We're done. I forgot to give this game co-op multiplayer positives. God, this game is going to score extremely well. Listen, all I'm saying, Giga, is that I hate you personally. Listen, I wouldn't mind playing Mega Man for a long time. I'm not gonna lie about that. But no, like... I feel like there's a bit of pendulum effect going on here. Probably in both directions, if I'm being honest. Because, on the one hand, people keep funding games that are long and well, story-focused and not really good on the gameplay axis. So, when it comes to deciding what I want to put dealer's choice towards, what games I want to stream, naturally I lend towards gameplay games because I need a frickin' break, right? But then, that just feels like, and this could just be vague feelings here, it feels like that then pushes viewers to even more in the other direction. Like, oh, I don't want to watch your boring gameplay games. I want to watch a story, damn it. And so then, you know, it goes the other way, too. And then we end up with a game of Spiritfarer. Yeah, exactly. Spiritfarer. It's just, that's a landmark game, I'll tell you what. That was an eye-opener of a game. I cannot believe how popular that game is. Or rather, I totally can, and it bothers me. Okay, so... Then again, we'll see what game wins Stream of the Year this year. And that'll be interesting to see people's opinions on that. Okay. Listen, I'm sure you'll enjoy Spiritfarer, Disco. See, no, exactly, Ross. I don't know. Maybe I would dealer's choice. Yes, I am, Whisper. Maybe I would dealer's choice more towards story games if you guys were somehow magically just funding gameplay games. I don't know. No, that's valid. Depressing, but valid, Gigapudding. I wouldn't watch me either if given a choice, to be completely honest. This is something I talked about just last week, actually. I have no idea why anybody watches my streams. Because, like, why would anybody watch me, right? Like, there's no reason to. No, like I said, we divided up the Final Fantasy streams. So we've got the audit one, which is going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, and 12. Which is a pretty big block as is. And then there's the Pixel remasters, which are, it's going to be 2, 3, 5. 6 is in its own category, and then we've got 1, which is its own category, and then 4, which is its own category. And then 13, which is its own category. And I think that's everything. I think it's the full list. So there's your FF blocks. No 15. I honestly don't ever want to replay 15. If that's okay with you guys. If you make me, I'll do it. That's my job. I don't have to like doing my job, I just have to do my job. But you will never see me put Dealer's Choice towards FF15 any more than I would put it towards Xenogears. Or Chrono Cross. Oh yeah, there's also Tactics. I keep forgetting Tactics is a Final Fantasy game. Also, there's Tactics.
Mario number 1! Woohoo!
Oh yeah, then there's 16, which is actually already on the list, and is its own thing too. Whenever that comes out on PC. Yeah, there's a lot of FF games. There's a reason we're not doing that all in one block. The FF lore run is something I'm extremely proud of, and it's probably my best lore run I've ever done. But that was a beast to go through, you know? Like, that was a big friggin' deal. Audit Run Mystic Quest. It is a short game. What do I think other streamers have that I don't? Luck. And momentum.
It's a go time!
And scummy practices, while we're on the subject. I know things I could do to improve my discoverability on Twitch. That would be scummy, to put it as absolutely bluntly as possible. No, Ross. I'm good with never playing that again. And then there's... Jesus. I mentioned momentum, so I've talked about this many times before. Most of the actual... most of the actual best financially successful streamers in the world don't really put out what you'd normally refer to as content. God, that was such an awesome moment, Joel. I'm not saying that to be insulting. I'm saying that as a literal, demonstrable statement of fact. Most of the biggest streamers just kind of do whatever the hell they want to. And they can get away with that because they already have 7 trillion viewers and 7 trillion subs. Which means, and they stream regularly, which means that, you know, Twitch constantly pushes them, which means they get recommended regularly, which means they show up in people's feeds all the time, which means more people watch them, and you get the idea, right? It's a self-feeding organism. So most of the so-called big streamers were already rich. And if you don't understand the reference, the single most provably... how do I explain this? The single best way and most reliable way to be successful, to be rich, is to already be rich. It's the same concept. If you're already big on Twitch, then you will continue being bigger on Twitch. That's how that works. So, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, James Smith III, but I've got the stream reviews, obviously, and I put the numbers up there and all that. I've got the golden number stuff. That's all documented on the website, and all this goes up on YouTube as a VOD. But as far as, like, writing down, like, a review saying, this game for such and such, I usually don't do that. I have the stream itself, which is the main review, the VODs, which are obvious, the website, which has the summary, and then occasionally we have a highlight reel, which is the summary of that. But otherwise, that's it. Unless I'm misunderstanding the question, which is very possible because I am extremely stupid. I suppose the answer would be no. I do not IGN it. I actually know how to review a game. This is my favorite Yoshi singing in this particular bundle, by the way.
This way.
He's a good baby, and he's also extremely useful. He's literally better than Yoshi. Like, objectively better than Yoshi. So I think I accidentally got the optional exit, which I didn't really want to do. So we'll come back to that.
It's a go time.
I just noticed the name of this level is the Which Way Labyrinth. Gotcha. So no, there's no real, like, I don't do a summary. I guess that's not true. I do have a very short summary video, but it's like a very, very quick, like 4-minute, here's what I think of the game in super brief kind of a thing, which I throw up on YouTube. And I'm not even sure that qualifies. Because those are designed to be no spoiler reviews. There's an interesting thought. Add even more work to my work pile. Try to do like a... Run, boys! Run! I mean, near as I can tell, most people don't do what I do. In fact, I don't know anybody who does what I do. Most people will stream a game and give their thoughts on it, but they won't review it. And most people who do streams to review do the stream to get footage for the review, which they then, you know, primarily focus on something else. There's no judgment there, that's just observation. No! Also, I just glitched through the floor if you were paying attention there. I could theoretically scale the golden number to an out of 10 format, Golgrim. It would actually be really easy to do. The problem is it would also be completely useless. The overwhelming majority of my reviews would all score 5 out of 10. All of them. Like, of the several hundred, I think we're up to like 200 reviews right now on the site. Of those, like, all but maybe 20 of them would be 5 out of 10s. I think we did this, though.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something else over here. Well, I mean, yeah, like AVGN, he does pre-recorded stuff. Like, completely different format. A lot of editing, a lot of special effects. One of the first people to actually do that. Pretty much pioneered the entire genre. Is it the same exit I just did, though? Yes, I think it is. Oh, no, maybe it isn't. Huh. Yeah, no, exactly. AVGN is there to do comedy stuff, not reviews. Which is fine. I think that's... This is going to sound strange. I think that's the main difference between me and most video game reviewers, is that I'm here to actually review the video game. And again, that's not elitism, that's just observation. You know, most people who are putting together a video for a game are doing so because they want to talk about it, and usually be funny or interesting or engaging or whatever. And I'm here to review the game. Well, no, I'm neither funny or interesting. Now, it sounds like I didn't find the exit, but that's okay. Because dinner is actually already here. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off a little bit early. tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, I will play more of this. But first, I want to update the HUD, because I feel like I haven't really been doing a good job of really selling how incredibly good this game is, and I apologize for that. That's my fault. So we're up to 52 pluses to gameplay at the moment, and 1 gameplay negative.